and to reduce the waste everywhere. The processing plant that you see there is quite unique. First of all, as you can see, we can flour that in sections and put it down, and we can just as easily take it out. So very, very neat. It also doesn't have a lot of conveyors internally, which means that it's very energy compliant. Now we've actually done all the engineering around that, and we're in the process of actually going to test that out. That will be 100% remote control. So again, talking about the communities that we'd actually run this mine externally from our communities and not with on the mine side. Energy and logistics are key. Our concept will be to reduce roads and to fly things in. We also want to be 100% renewable, and we're striving towards that. These are difficult concepts, but we feel we've got a solution to get there. Lastly, in terms of the concepts, again, going back to that employment model or the operating model, is this remote centers where we connect with our mine and we operate in that environment. So I think you get that. This gives you a context of what change we're trying to do, and that change will have a positive legacy. I'm now going to hand back to Sarah to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We know that this mine must be compatible with Inuit values, including respecting and care for the land, animals, and environment. One of the ways we are trying to demonstrate that we can build this site in a low-impact way is to start with the way that we conduct monitoring. Supported by Iqaluit-based contractors, we have established a network of remote cameras around the site. We have observed something that I suspect Inuit have always known, and that is that caribou are curious creatures. They approach the cameras to investigate them, and then they move on. This is a good way of documenting habitat use by animals. Although it has its limitations, it is a very low-impact form of monitoring. It does not require people to be present. It does not require regular use of helicopters. The cameras are entirely silent. Not only do they detect the presence of animals, but they also monitor temperature, cloud coverage, snow melt, snow accumulation, and emergence of vegetation in the spring. This is the type of monitoring that we will continue to implement. It is effective, low impact, and produces scientifically valuable data. We're currently working on a method to pair this with interpretation of satellite imagery. So if a caribou is seen on a remote camera, we can capture a series of satellite images taken around that time and understand if there were more caribou in the area around that time. It's a difficult method, but we're working on trying to advance that method to even reduce the impact of our future monitoring from remote cameras on the ground to satellite monitoring. We know taking pictures of animals on the landscape is not enough. It provides a snapshot in time, but it does not fully describe how caribou use the landscape. There is much that remains unknown, or at least undocumented. For example, it is not clear if caribou have distinct calving and post-calving areas in the region around Chidliak, or if they return to different areas year after year. To address that question and other questions concerning wildlife and the Inuit use of landscape, De Beers has initiated an IQ study in Pangnirtung. This IQ study is directed by the Pangnirtung Working Group to document Inuit knowledge in the project area. The study will take some time to complete, but we're hopeful that it will provide additional insight into caribou use of the area, as well as other key questions. We plan to launch a similar study in Iqaluit next year. Understanding more about caribou movements and habitat use will help to support the establishment of effective caribou protection measures. De Beers is willing to support continued monitoring and research, including IQ, and we will work with other Inuit organizations and the GN to gather both Inuit and scientific knowledge. To facilitate caribou protection while still enabling opportunities such as the Chiliac project, we recommend to the NPC that they provide clear guidance but not hard restrictions to protect caribou in the region. The land use plan has already developed a mechanism that we've heard much about called Option 4, or Identification of Valued Ecosystem Components. This mechanism will enable proponents, communities, and regulators to find the right balance of development and conservation. We feel that this approach would have the following advantages. It would prioritize caribou calving and post-calving protection. It would enable project-specific considerations by Inuit and other organizations. It would encourage adaptive management, and it would require temporal and/or spatial protection measures. De Beers is committed to caribou conservation, and we understand the need to put measures in place to protect caribou, particularly at sensitive times of the year. We believe that we can build the mine in such a way as to remain compatible with caribou protection and conservation, if given the chance. We respectfully put forward a set of recommendations. This is a summary of our written submission to the NPC. The first is to reclassify the Central Hull Peninsula as an Option 4 valued ecosystem component. The second is to address the data gaps regarding caribou use of the area. We are willing to work with all parties to address those gaps. Third, to apply an adaptive management framework to decision making. All of us need the flexibility to improve over time, to adjust practices and respond to new information. I heard it suggested earlier that caribou move. They move around the landscape, and perhaps their calving areas also change from year to year. So a static protection zone may not be sufficient to protect the value of caribou calving and post-calving grounds. We would like to see very low impact activities allowed to proceed within limited use zones, and we would allow regulators some leeway to regulate those activities. We would also like flexibility for existing projects to change their footprints, even if it means going beyond the boundaries set in 2021. My supervisor, who some of you may know, Eric Madsen, always tells me that the only thing constant in this world is change. Mines also need the flexibility to change, and we'd like to see that incorporated in the next iteration of the land use plan. De Beers purchased Peregrine diamonds for the sole purpose of developing the Chiliac project. And at this point, we feel that the designation of a limited use zone in our area puts the entire project at risk. We would like to see a more agile, flexible approach that enables the robust regulatory system that's already in place to do its work. De Beers is committed to partnering with other knowledge holders to address the information gaps and contribute to caribou conservation if allowed the opportunity. We believe Chiliac will be designed, constructed, and operated as a future smart diamond mine, incorporating Inuit values at all stages. Thank you. Kuya na may.
Thank you. We'll do the same process for questions. No hands? No Navik?
Haney, Government of Nunavut. I'm curious as to why De Beers is going for valued ecosystemic component rather than conditional use, which would support the development of your project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Conditional use, as I understand it, would require potentially seasonal shutdowns of a mine that would be located within a conditional use area. Those shutdowns can be very problematic for an operating mine, and potentially, depending on what exactly is required, they could be prohibitive for implementing a full mine and operating a mine. So we would have concern about the categorization of the area as conditional use.
Any other questions from the registered? Mike?
Kuyanami, Mike Ferguson of Lunga. I have a somewhat similar question to the last one. If I understand, what you're requesting is for the entire calving area to be reclassified, as opposed to just reclassifying the area, the intended footprint of the development, and it's only touching, according to the map, a margin of the calving area. So what are the long-term intentions of De Beers in terms of that area? Is it potential that they may look to develop diamond mines in the entire or a very large part of the current calving area? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, response?
May I go ahead, Mr. Chair? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mike. I think there are options that remain available for adjustments to the zone beyond just the one that we recommended in our submission. There are probably other options that also exist that we could be compatible with. De Beers does not have intentions throughout that entire zone that was identified as limited use in the 2021 submission. However, we have not yet identified a potential overland travel corridor to our project area. And so we need to ensure that potentially we could have an overland travel corridor into our site.
Thank you. Very good, Mike. Thank you. From the general audience. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. Might as well, eh? You can come on up.
May I start, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Yes. As always, state your name and your organization before you proceed. You can start.
Okay. Priya Sharma, General Manager of the NWT and Nunavut Chamber of Mines. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Nunavut Planning Commission Chair and members, as well as the various organizations, signatories, and the public for being present for the Chamber's presentation that accompanies our written submission and that is available both in English and in Iqaluit. My name is Priya Sharma. I am the General Manager of the NWT and Nunavut Chamber of Mines office here in Iqaluit, Nunavut. I'm a resident of Iqaluit, as well as a former educator in both the Kivalliq and the Qikiqtani regions of Nunavut. I feel incredibly honored to represent the Chamber to contribute to the finalizing of a document that has required rigorous planning and input from many different perspectives. I'd like to begin by sharing that we are all here for the same purpose, and that is to support Nunavut, not just today, but for the coming generations. The Chamber has had over 50 years' presence in the North and has been involved and committed to the land use planning process since the inception of the Keewatin Land Use Plan in the late 1990s. We advocate and continue to advocate for responsible, sustainable mineral exploration and development in the territory. We represent over 200 member organizations, which all play a hand in supporting a strong resource sector in both territories. The Chamber has 2 offices, one in Yellowknife and one here in Iqaluit at the Astro Hill complex inside the Frobisher Inn. My door is always open to discuss any industry-related issues and concerns. I will provide my contact information and details at the end of our presentation. The Chamber and Inuit have been working together to develop a sustainable mineral industry in Nunavut for decades. An early but important example occurred while the land claims agreement was being negotiated in the early 90s. The Chamber provided support at the request of Tungavik Federation of Nunavut in selecting high mineral potential lands with the intent to potentially develop those lands for the benefit of Nunavummiut and their future. Our Chamber, along with the 2 national associations, Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, PDAC, and the Mining Association of Canada, fully supported the negotiations with Ottawa. The Chamber shares the concerns raised by NTI that the current plan, as it stands, does not recognize the unique role of Inuit-owned lands and the process that allows NTI and regional Inuit associations to make decisions on protection measures for land values that reflect Inuit priorities and knowledge necessary for Inuit self-determination. Robert McPherson, an experienced geologist hired by NTI to select high parcel lands, highlights this incredible story in his book, New Owners in Their Own Land, where Inuit were major proponents of development and benefited immensely from such benefits before the signing of the Nunavut Agreement. Today, Nunavut has 4 operating mines and several developing projects. From 2009 to 2021, mining contributed over $10 billion towards Nunavut's economy, with millions contributed towards wages to many Inuit and billions towards contracting of Nunavut-owned businesses annually. However, this does not happen easily. Not only is Nunavut's environment complex, with limited infrastructure and a difficult climate to explore and operate, there is also a rigorous approval process that takes time. It takes years of permitting, millions of dollars for licensing, hundreds of community consultations and meetings, tens and thousands of in-person hours, major environmental assessments, and sometimes that isn't enough. Nonetheless, each company aims to ensure that all signatories, especially Nunavummiut, are satisfied with the project. We've heard this throughout many of the previous presentations, but Nunavut currently has a robust regulatory system that ensures Inuit to have a voice in project review and approval. As part of this process, companies are required to include Inuit in their development plans through the negotiation of Inuit impact and benefit agreements. I would like to use Sabina Gold and Silver Back River project as an example. Sabina's properties exist in the Kitikmeot region of Nunavut. They have included Inuit in the process and within their development plans. They had to undergo a strict permitting process that lasted 5 to 6 years and cost over $35 million to approve, with an environmental assessment that was approximately 15,000 pages long. They took the time to meet with the community, and proponents received thousands of technical comments and information requests from reviewers, especially following NERB's initial rejection of their project. Following this, Sabina further engaged with the communities to mitigate and address the concerns of stakeholders and NERB, which resulted in NERB's making a recommendation to the federal minister. This demonstrates the strength of the current system, and it's important that the current land use plan does not undermine it. Sabina has been admired for its implementation of IQ, their efforts to consult the community, and their partnership with the Kitae and local HTOs for their caribou monitoring and mitigation programs. Which have also led them to win and receive a sustainability award recognized by a reputable Mining Association of Canada. This system created the opportunity to have constructive deliberation to find a middle ground of the proponent, stakeholders, and right holders to ensure the socioeconomic benefit of Inuit were visible in the region. Industry uses IQ, science, and engineering to ensure it protects the environment. They take important measures to implement sustainable technology and tools to ensure that the environment is not impacted or disturbed. IQ is at the forefront of these mitigation efforts. This information is all available within each company's socioeconomic monitoring reports that must be submitted to NERB and made publicly every year. Companies do not want to see caribou or wildlife and marine mammal populations decline, nor do they want to impact them. While some presentations and submissions you have heard to date have argued that the decline or risk to recovery of caribou populations is related to development, this is opinion and not based on science. Research needs to be conducted to rule out climate change and other factors such as migratory patterns. The mining industry's rigorous environmental monitoring is science-based in conjunction with IQ to proactively mitigate impacts. The environment and wildlife are not stagnant. They are ever-changing and adapting to non-developmental triggered realities such as climate change. By attempting to regulate wildlife issues via a land use plan, further limits the future ability of the regulatory regime that is already in place to assess and consider non-development related changes and factors. Land use and caribou can readily coexist. The draft land use plan cannot be misused as a caribou protection plan. Companies implement important environment and mitigation strategies and programs that are based on science and are proven to work. Caribou, marine mammals, and wildlife are monitored using various surveying tools and monitoring technologies to ensure that they are not disturbed and can move freely. I'm going to give a few examples. In 2021, Agnico Eagle's Melodyne mine used its terrestrial environmental mitigation and monitoring program, TEMP system, to detect more than 50 caribou present within 5 kilometers of their mine site. As a result of that, Agnico shut the mine down for 10 days. This included any drilling, blasting, road closure, and flying of helicopters. Agnico Eagle's Terrestrial Advisory Group, TAG, consists of the KIA, local HTOs, government, biologists, and elders who support in providing advice in ground-based monitoring, behavior monitoring, tracking movement using GN and GNWT satellite collars, and as well camera monitoring. These systems have been tested and validated by human observers. As stated earlier in Baffinland's presentation, Baffinland has several monitoring programs and tools to support the environment, such as aerial and tagging surveys, underwater noise recorders, and as well a passive dust collector to mitigate and monitor the dust at Baffinland's Mary River operations. Baffinland's Bruce Head shore-based monitoring program helps to evaluate potential effects to marine mammals, including narwhal of the Milne Inlet, from shipping activities that may lead to changes in animal behavior, relative abundance, distribution, and migratory movements within the project's local and regional study areas. Another example comes from Sabina Gold and Silver and the Bernard Harbor Restoration Program. In 2014, Sabina worked with residents of Iqaluit, local HTOs, Environment Canada, and the Government of Nunavut to use traditional knowledge to help restore an important harbor that originally experienced declines of char due to low water blockages in the creek. Low water and blockages in the creek. The char are now able to move freely, and the community continues to monitor the creek and be sole owners of the initiative and program. This is an example of a win-win for the environment and the residents of Iqaluit. In regards to climate change, industry is taking important measures to implement sustainable technologies for greener mine sites and meet important climate change goals and standards. These Towards Sustainable Mining TSM standards are standards developed under the Mining Association of Canada and is a globally recognized sustainability program that supports mining companies in managing key environmental and social risks at their sites and within their operations. Nunavut companies are incorporating these TSM standards to lower their greenhouse gas emissions and their dependence on diesel. As well, adopting alternative energy sources such as wind and solar within their operations. A prime example of a company implementing this standard is De Beers, whom you heard from just before myself, and their Chidliak Diamond Project, located 120 kilometers northeast of Baffin Island. De Beers has been working towards creating a mine of the future that is small, movable, and powered by clean energy. This is a testament that mining of today is not what it used to be. Industry is using clean technologies and taking important measures to support sustainable methods and standards of best practice within their projects and operations. When considering the direct and indirect benefits that the industry provides in Nunavut, the industry supports and continues to support almost half of Nunavut's economy. However, these economic benefits are not sufficient enough to sustain and support the current socioeconomic environment and future of Nunavut. And to quote Terry Audla from the Government of Nunavut and their presentation at the hearings yesterday, to support Nunavut's path towards self-sufficiency. Mining production is important to governments who invite industry to come to Nunavut to explore and hopefully find mines in order to create benefits for Nunavumut. Industry provides immense benefits and takes important measures to ensure that Inuit are employed and continue to be employed within their projects and operations. Industry provides hundreds to thousands of jobs to Inuit. Many Inuit have reaped benefits from these jobs, and I can affirm these benefits are evident and seen by families and their children that I used to teach, both here in the Qikiqtani as well the Iqaluit regions of Nunavut for almost 5 years. These benefits can continue being seen if the limited use designations of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan are reduced. Nunavut has another opportunity. Not only can industry continue to support Inuit employment numbers, but Nunavut can also help Canada and other countries, specifically our allies, to supply energy and transition to a greener economy. There is significant potential here for Nunavut to support Canada and the international world to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and Paris Accord agreements, ESG targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and fight climate change, while also providing tremendous opportunity for our youth to live in a world that is equitable and sustainable. Nunavut is undermapped and underexplored, and there are still many discoveries to be made. Canada is taking significant measures to support the exploration and extraction of critical minerals to support the transition to clean energy. Nunavut is home to at least 22 critical minerals on Canada's list and could be a leader in supplying these much-needed minerals that are necessary to transition to that green economy. This draft land use plan will negatively affect new mining of this kind and will not support Canada's efforts to address climate change if critical minerals are not available or considered. Nunavut will need to harness this resource potential. The territory is in a period of significant population growth. It is also underserved with healthcare, housing, jobs, and important infrastructure necessary to support its growing population. Nunavut will need to harness further mineral potential to assist Nunavut to become self-reliant and provide resources to help government support strong and healthy communities. Devolution requires the GN to move to a position of economic strength, and the current draft Nunavut land use plan will not support those efforts. As a former teacher, I witnessed the effects of the lack of opportunity and the impact it had on our youth, Nunavut's future. They need to be able to see the opportunities that are available in a thriving and sustainable economic environment. With 10,000 youth coming of age in the next decade, unquote, that's Jimmy O'Nalick's words, the land use plan needs to consider a plan sustainable for future generations. Companies are doing their part to help with increasing graduation rates and providing the support for individuals in the future to pursue industry-related education and jobs. I am going to provide a few examples. From 2014 to 2021, Agnico Eagle contributed a total of $10 million towards education and training initiatives and towards building a mine training center and constructing a trade university. Baffinland's Kikitani Skills and Training Q-Step program, partnership with the QIA, Government of Nunavut, and Kakivik, contributed $19 million to support education and training programs. Baffinland also provided a laptop to every single high school graduate in the Baffin region. And as a teacher, that is a commendable thing. Sabina Gold and Silver created a regional wealth creation fund, contributing $4 million towards education and training. De Beers Group partnered with the United Nations Sustainable Goals for Women to provide $3 million towards programs to support women and young girls to pursue science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM-related education, careers, and programs. North Arrow Minerals' Nayat Diamond Project, pictured in this slide, 2017 to 2021 sampling and drilling program, provided on-site training and jobs to several Inuit living in Nayat. With the current land use plan as it stands, mineral potential, which we see as Nunavut's potential and basis of Nunavut's economy, and Nunavumut success is at risk. The map on the left is the mineral potential map, that is the draft Nunavut land use map. The map on the right shows proposed limited and conditional uses, both of which would prevent or significantly affect mineral development. And this is of great concern. When looking at the limited and conditional uses, there are huge limited use designations which will prohibit new exploration and mining. To be specific, 36% of this land overlaps with limited use. I got these numbers from the Mining Recorder's Office, CERNAC, individual here in Iqaluit, and to name Matthew Senko, geologist of CERNAC. Limited use also constrains existing rights, of which there are many in these areas. There are a total of 1,051 mineral claims, 3 prospecting permits, and 231 mineral leases included in Appendix A of the draft Nunavut Land Use Plan. 101 mineral claims, 33 prospecting permits, and 12 mineral leases not included but overlap with limited use. Though the Chamber does not have details of overlaps with conditional use, these restrictions will negatively affect future opportunities from both Crown and Inuit-owned lands. Already, just by drafting this proposed map, it is affecting investment. There are 44 claim owners, 8 prospecting permits, and 18 mining lease owners. However, most of these are junior projects and small claim owners. Companies can go anywhere in the world with a much simpler land use plan. There are major investments required to build and operate a good project. So there needs to be investor certainty and confidence, and this plan does not provide that. Grandfathering is offered, but it still does not provide enough flexibility. The draft Nunavut Land Use Plan suggests that those projects captured by certain boundaries will be grandfathered, but it does not consider the possibilities to supply infrastructure and project development and growth should geology and markets make that possible. We believe this is also unnecessary, as it is far-fetched. It is not needed in the grander scheme of protection and management that the Nunavut land claim and that the legislation provides. It does not allow Nunavut's co-management regulatory system to work as intended with its embedded social, environmental, and economic reviews to provide a balanced approach to land use in the territory. Taking away power and responsibilities of NERB and the process, for example, by drawing huge protected areas, is not Canada's expectation of a first-generation land use plan. The Chamber has some recommendations. Make this first Nunavut-wide land use plan simple and beneficial, with a better balance between land development and land protection. Future iterations can be refined based on what has been learned. For instance, we will know more about the direction of critical minerals in the next 10 years and be in a place to make informed decisions. The limited and conditional use designations need to significantly be reduced to give companies the confidence and Nunavut the promise to be self-sufficient and to build strong and healthy communities. Use limited use designations only where absolutely necessary and no other option would produce the desired outcome. Preferred use of land use policy option 4, outlined in the 2021 options and recommendations, provides clear guidance to Inuit landowners and institutes of public governance. IPGs in the valued components associated with the land use in specific areas. Leave the conditions of usage on the remaining lands to Inuit organizations. The Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Wildlife Board, and the Nunavut Water Board. Publish all environmental values gathered to date in a guide to land users and managers. This will help inform IPGs, land managers, and resource developers what is important and the actions required by all to protect valued ecosystem components. Let me conclude now by saying Nunavut is fortunate to have tremendous mineral wealth where Inuit are the owners and also regulators through the existing regulatory system that is in place and works very well through the wisdoms of the Inuit negotiators under the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. Nunavut is a leader in sustainable resource development, which is predominantly in the mineral sector. Mining today is not what it used to be. Careful consideration of environmental, social, and cultural values, including IQ, are mandatory. Inuit communities have been clear in communicating that the lands and waters are valuable and sensitive. And the current Nunavut regulatory system provides a strong framework to ensure these issues are addressed before projects can be developed. Ideally, this land use plan will make Nunavut a place that will be successful in attracting companies to build and operate mining projects that generate social and economic benefits for many generations of Inuit. In order to achieve this, a more flexible and balanced plan is needed that considers the current regulatory system and that can adapt to change. It also needs to consider critical minerals and the future of the 10,000 Inuit youth who will come to age in the next decade. The Chamber will continue to work with Nunavumut and our member companies to promote a sustainable minerals industry fit for Nunavut today and for our future generations. I would like to say thank you, NPC, for organizing these hearings and for everyone in this room for taking the time to listen to the Chamber's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions related to our presentation and the land use plan, and I'm always here to meet with anyone who would like to talk about the mineral sector in Nunavut. My contact information is here on this final slide. Please jot down my email and my number, and my door is always open inside of the Frobe Astral Hill Complex, room 116. Thank you very much. Kwana, Matna, and Koyanami.
Thank you. As we do, first question can come from NPC staff. Thank you, Paul Kwasha, City of Iqaluit. And you are doing exploration where now I live. I have not been to your site yet. It's not a question, just a general comment. And Robert McPherson, he spoke, I know him quite well. And he used to work for NTI, Tungavik Federation of Nunavut, the old brand, not NTI, just to make that differentiation. Any questions? Nothing here, Solomon? Thank you, Chair. Solomon Awa, Iqaluit Mayor. Solomon Awa, Mayor City of Iqaluit. Perhaps to what was stated and perhaps directed to the Commissioners of Nunavut Planning Commission would be giving you an idea. It says 36% are being supported for these ventures in Nunavut, and it talks of restricted zoning, and it says if the 36% of restricted limited uses were reduced, then the mining exploration would perhaps advance considerably, and stating that I would suggest to Nunavut Planning Commission commissioners that you keep this number in mind. It would be good for all of us to look at 80-20 number that was mentioned on Nunavut surface landmass, and the presenter also said that she urges that people of Nunavut should understand what this organization is trying to work on. So commissioners, keep in mind what was presented to you. I'm just saying general comments, so you keep this presentation in mind. It's a general comment, thank you. I have no one on the table. Nunavik, Johnny.
Thank you, Johnny Kasadlok, Inukjuak. Thank you for giving me the opportunity each time I ask to speak. Not really a question either. When you hear in her presentation that there are a lot of unknowns, terra incognita, it's not that way for Inuit. We appoint members. The existing tenure that is known where the potential is located, the mine that want to develop a mine that know with that. That's my first comment. They want to explore more because they don't know what's in the ground. She's an educator, she mentioned. To state mineral activity, you're a representative of the mining industry. Talking about the children, but you mentioned that, so I raised this. The children that will be taught in how they should be and what they will become, as we do not know. They will figure out what they want to do later on in life. And that they too will need jobs, as you mentioned. From what I understand, that is not the case. Children are born that are going to work in the tourism industry, and they're not all going to be like that. And not all of them are like that. Our communities, my community, that's how it is. We have a mine. Not all Inuit and Nunavik work at the mine. Our communities will still have to run. There will be existing rights on the land, doing different things. And mining was something that everything seems to be related to mining. That's what I wanted to say. And with the mining industry, and to the government, the environment assessment for mines seem to feel through the agreements that they have to understand what they're affecting, but the review done by, there is no sense of feel for the environmental assessment, self-assessment through a satellite. That seems like it could be possible now. You would say passive. Don't scare them. There's research that's done, but I don't understand it. In terms of research, for Inuit-run affairs, breathing air, for example, the Nunavut government by itself has to assess a fragmented sector. The ones that want progress are given a mandate to feel. That's what I wanted to say.
Hey,
Thank you. Yep. Nunavik, questions to the report? Hearing none. General public questions? Proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I don't get an answer, I just want to state and to explain on the need for a need to be consulted and the defense of wildlife or the environment should be a higher priority. And the world has rules, some kind of rules, not to be worried about it. Canada, other countries, Canada doesn't follow international obligations anyway, so for First Nations support of indigenous rights are trampled. For example, we're pushing their positions that they want conditions changed or terms, or if conditions are not placed or placed, not to be concerned. For example, in English, that Canada is not meeting its obligations, and those two we know from our communities. If there was lots of money made in mining, why are our kids still struggling? Why are we short of housing? Why do we have water problems? Many issues with a lot of money that is happening as a concern. And when we hear them speak, we have to defend. I want to see benefits coming into communities from mining. If it's going to be approved that the benefits to the community should materialize more benefits to the communities that are affected and the land being ruined. I'm trying to be brief. Thank you. Thank you. Comments? Thank you. Seeing none. Thank you for your presentation. Last presentation. You can come on up. We'll take a brief break when he's done, or she. As with all presenters. State your name, your organization, and you may start your presentation.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. So thank you, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Paul Barnes, and I am the Director of Atlantic Canada and the Arctic for the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear at today's public hearing on Nunavut's draft 2021 land use plan. It's great to be back in Iqaluit. I've been here a number of times over the years, presenting at various forums, the Nunavut Impact Resource Review Board, did a review of the Strategic Environmental Assessment of Baffin Bay, Davis Strait, and I presented to them, and I've been involved in a number of oil and gas related forums that the Nunavut government have conducted over the years. A copy of my speaking notes and our written submission that was previously provided in October of 2021 can be located in the public registry, but also available in the back entrance of the room here if anyone is interested in picking up a copy. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, or CAP, represents companies large and small that explore, develop, and produce natural gas and oil throughout Canada. CAP member companies produce about 80% of Canada's natural gas and oil. Our head office is located in Calgary, Alberta. But we have regional offices in British Columbia, Ontario, and Newfoundland and Labrador. As I mentioned, I am the Director of Atlantic Canada and the Arctic, and I'm actually based in St. John's, Newfoundland. My association's interest in the draft land use plan and process stems from the amount of new lands that are being proposed that may be off limits to not only future oil and natural gas exploration, but also in areas where there have been already significant oil and gas discoveries and corresponding licenses issued, which is namely in the high Arctic area of Nunavut, mostly in the Sirdap Basin. The proposed lands that would be off limits would cover approximately 26% of the Nunavut settlement area and an increase of 11% from the last draft. This is of concern to our association and our members and will impact any future investment, development, and corresponding economic and social economic benefits from our industry in Nunavut. While Nunavut's exact oil and gas reserves are still unknown, our industry believes there is much potential in certain areas of the territory for new significant oil and natural gas discoveries. The Geological Survey of Canada produced a document earlier this year which is posted to the public registry called Hydrocarbon Potential Map of the Canadian Arctic Archipelago, which highlights the oil and gas potential areas in the territory. It's also located, I noticed a few copies in the back of the room as well. In addition, several significant oil and gas discoveries were made in the high Arctic region of Nunavut in the 1970s and 1980s, and remain of considerable interest to our industry. These significant discoveries are still held under licenses by oil and gas companies today who collectively have spent billions of dollars in exploring and investing to obtain those licenses. These license holders, who are primarily Suncor and BP or British Petroleum, would need access to those lands in those areas in order to exercise their rights in conducting further exploration and assessing future development and investment. The proposed prohibitions and restrictions in the draft land use plan would nullify the collective and individual license holder rights that they have expended considerable financial resources to obtain, and would be considered an expropriation of the licenses with no real compensation and with some possible legal implications. I wanted to keep my remarks brief, especially considering how late we've run today. So to conclude, it is our association's recommendations that the draft land use plan be revised to avoid areas of high oil and gas potential and areas on or close to where significant oil and gas discoveries have already been made, to allow for future investment and responsible development of Nunavut's natural resources, in particular oil and natural gas. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers looks forward to continued dialogue with the Commission and with other interested parties on development and implementation of the draft land use plan. That concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairperson, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. As always, we don't appear to have any from the table. Solomon. Thank you, Chair. I'll speak in English.
Can you explain the geographical map? Which area are you speaking of? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you for the question. I think the question was, can you explain the area of high interest to us from an oil and gas industry? And the most interested area that our industry has in the territory of Nunavut is largely the high Arctic Islands area, the Sturgeon Basin, and in the far western part of the high Arctic area of Nunavut. In particular, to be a bit more specific, there are 20 significant discovery licenses in that particular area. And it's kind of north of the Melville Island and north of the Bathurst Island area, to be specific.
Thank you. Peterloo. Thank you, Chair. Iqaluit, Iqaluit, Elder. I have two questions. And today's concern, oil drilling industry. I think your old drill sites are antiquated And this would be at the Panarctic era. Do you know if these leases are still held by the company?
Thank you for the question. I don't know if they're specifically held by the companies that drilled on those drill sites, but if the company was awarded a significant discovery license based on the discovery in that area, then they would still have rights there. It may be a different company that explored and found the hydrocarbon, but it would still be held by an oil company, and they would, over time, continue to do monitoring of those sites to ensure that there's no leakage from them to the surface.
Thank you. And Nunavik delegation to the presenter. Questions? Appears none. Registered participants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. The significant discovery licenses, many of which were obtained in the 1970s and 1980s, much has happened since then. These significant discovery licenses, as my understanding, have no expiration date. They continue and continue. There's no end to them. How does that now work with Canada accepting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and the requirement for free, prior, and informed consent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Paul is right. The significant discovery licenses have no expiry date, but if any of the license holders wishes to do any development of those, there's obviously an extensive regulatory process that they would have to go through with the Government of Canada and, of course, the Nunavut Impact Resource Board and the Nunavut government. But all that process would involve engagement with Inuit in communities near those licenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul Crowley, Friends of Land Use Planning. Understanding that if any of these licenses were to be acted on, they would have to go through the regulatory process. Just their mere continued existence forever is already impacting on the regulatory system. The recommendation from the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers is to not have limited use areas in the region. So these rights acquired in the 1970s and 1980s, once again, trump, take over, take precedence from rights that have been obtained by Inuit or are to be exercised by Inuit. I would also ask one other question. As we're meeting here this week, there was also meetings in Egypt, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And it's clear from reports of the International Energy Agency and others that to meet our targets as a planet, to not go beyond 1.5 or 2 degrees of warming, oil and gas has to stay in the ground. Understanding that we as a country already have many resources where there's been much capital already invested. and that oil and gas has demand, what is the likelihood of members conducting extensive additional research in the Canadian Arctic and being able to develop that research into actual production when we've seen both in the Beaufort to the west and in Greenland to the east that the promised oil and gas boom never occurred. So asking to immunize this plan against limited use seems a very risky endeavor for the benefits that may or may not accrue. Any comment in response would be welcome.
I think the only comment I would make is our industry certainly has an interest in the Nunavut territory that has the high hydrocarbon potential. And while we might not have any immediate plans to do any exploration or development on those licenses in the near term, it's our preference to see that there's no restrictions placed on them for future activity. The world is constantly changing when it comes to the use of hydrocarbons, and Canada is a very responsible development country when it comes to oil and gas versus many other countries around the world who are less responsible. So I would believe that Canada would be a preferred supplier of oil and gas well into the future versus some other areas of the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question, Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no more questions. I thank Mr. Barnes for his answers.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. President?
Did somebody want to go up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to rephrase what our elder was asking about. I think there was no answer on that. Is there a plan to create a biogas? I think I used the right word, biogas, other than gasoline. I think that was his question.
Thank you. Response?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand or didn't hear the question.
Please ask again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a plan to create a biogas other than gasoline or diesel? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. There's no immediate plan to do any exploration or development on any of the current licenses held by any of the companies in the Nunavut territory. The sought-after hydrocarbon for us would be natural gas versus oil, because we believe that the territory has high natural gas potential. So if our industry was interested in developing in the high Arctic area of Nunavut, it would be for natural gas. Thank you.
General audience, Iqaluit, proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
MP Lori Iqaluit. I don't know that I'll have another opportunity to speak again, so I just wanted to share some concluding remarks. When I'm at the House of Commons in Ottawa, I'm reminded every day how big my riding is. A lot of the times there's jealousy with how big my riding is. And that creates a huge burden on my role. So when I think about the work that the Nunavut Planning Commission is doing and who it invited to be speakers and witnesses, I do notice, based on my conversation as well with some people back here, that what we're considering economic development in terms of Nunavut land use planning, there seems to be gaps in people who could have maybe shared their evidence as well as to what they could see as being useful and to be included in the Nunavut land use plan. For example, Pangnapdok fisheries, the fisheries industry, in the communities. I know that we have hunters and trappers organizations here, but when we think about hunters and trappers organizations, we see them as doing a great job of protecting our rights to harvest, protecting the environment so that wildlife could keep coming back. And I appreciate them. They are my guidepost. I think they're my role models, all the HTOs. I've visited many of them in Nunavut, and they always have great feedback, questions, guidance for me. I think that, I hope that when we're talking about land use planning, that in addition to protecting the environment, that we're also seriously looking at how Inuit can rely on their own resources, like seals, like whales and fish. Like, we have such great resources in our environment that it's a shame that we've only seen witnesses from the mining sector, from industry, and I hope that in your reports that you also emphasize the need to maybe, at least given this late stage, that you also seek written submissions from Inuit to see what resource opportunities they'd like to see, maybe from women who deal with sealskins, from the very many amazing Inuit that I always talk about at the House of Commons, who I consider to be the resources that we need to focus on, not only the mining sector or the extraction sector, but really focusing on giving resources so that Inuit can rely and be sustained by the environment like we have for thousands of years. Maybe instead of giving tenure for mineral rights to mining industry, maybe it's the hunters and trappers organizations that should get tenure. I think we need to start asking those kinds of questions if we're going to have a Nunavut land use plan that actually works for Inuit and for Nunavummiut in the Nunavut settlement area.
Thank you for your comments. I don't think we have any more questions. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. We're a little bit fewer in here now, but we're almost done. We'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll start closing down. Thank you. Sharon has a bit of process-related issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are now moving into our closing remarks. Woohoo! David is finally smiling. Yeah. Wow. So we are going to actually follow our timelines for our closing remarks, and we're going to be starting in the order of the agenda. So with the communities, as they are on the agenda, and I just want to highlight for each community, not each person, each community you have 3 minutes for your closing remarks, and we'll be timing them, and we will be using, when you're down to 1 minute. For the signatory parties, you have 15 minutes. And I know that all the signatory parties are within their time frames, so I won't be using these because we've already talked to them, but we are going to be timing every presentation to ensure that everything is fair. And then after we get through the agenda, and some people have left, they've told us they will not be doing their closing remarks. And also, we have offered if they wanted to submit their closing remarks in writing, they're welcome to do that, and we would put that on the file. And the Commission will do the final closing remarks and then a closing prayer. So with that, Mr. Chair, the City of Iqaluit is the first with the closing remarks.
Kuyan may iksawatak, kuyan na mertunga takwa tamangulang mata, amma taman agyum chungmat.
For all the different organizations and players that are here, that have come here. It was good to see the Inuit from Nunavik here as well. The Planning Commission now has its work cut out. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Amao. Thank you. CD Pakwasa, Councillor. Thank you too for coming to South Baffin, that you were able to come here, ask the Commission that we have a voice, and to remind everyone that we are from Nunavut, and the claim that we negotiated was done to work towards self-sufficiency, self-determination, and that is the goal of the Land Claims Agreement. And the progress and development that happens to the land and the animals will be guided in working together with cooperation. When we look at development and the animals and the land have to be looked after, we were agreeable that the organizations, different institutions of public government that are responsible in guiding Nunavut, and that was the creation of these organizations. And just in closing, the Inuit in the communities don't oppose mining or the mining companies. We know the benefits they provide, employment, and the struggles we face today will help when we have a strong workforce and people are employed. There's a lack of jobs out there that we went about trying to get the things that we want to see, and that the organizations must also follow their mandates and our people, that we have to remember who we represent. As it is Inuit culture, many are not hunting. Young people, some don't eat country food compared to us. That's reality. I just want to state that. Thank you. And that we are guided and that we could strike a balance. Kimmel. Kimmel. Anybody can speak? Thank you. Mikajukululak. Kimmel Hunters and Trappers Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had a tough role this week in trying to guide our discussion. And your staff, thank you. And thank you to the commissioners. Hearing the deliberations, I've learned a lot. I kind of understand regarding caribou, walrus, and all animals in general, that I'd like to thank everybody here for welcoming me. Thank you, each of you. And when I was younger, I came here. I'm going to go home an older man tomorrow. I had a birthday today. And representing our community, to thank them for being here. We learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you. I can probably start, yes? Sorry. I forgot. Amarok. Member Iqaluit. Thank you for all of you from outside of Iqaluit. We love visitors in Iqaluit. You're always welcome here. Even we have moved here to Iqaluit. A lot of people come through town. It's a real central location. It's a real transportation hub. If we see things here we wouldn't see in our small communities. That's our community. If we don't speak, you don't know. We have some residents that sleep outside. They collect cans and try and make some money carrying bags of empty beer cans around. They're not hunting. We're hunters. You're hunters. Are you working harder than that person who's struggling? The people we represent are very welcoming, and part of that is the foods that we share with each other from Inuk to Inuk. And once we've had the creation of Nunavut that we're going to use, maybe I'm out of time, and we've been sitting a lot, we're all sleepy. That sacrifice we made as the price we have to pay for the work that needs to be done. We'll wait to hear what the commissioner's going to come up with, and that's how we are. Those of you watching online, we're thinking of you and the people at our homes and our communities, and those that will depart when you go home. Hopefully you have a good, safe trip home. And those of us from Iqaluit will still keep going. Each day is different, and there'll be nice days and bad days ahead. That's how we are. Thank you for coming here and for having a meeting here. Thanks to the translators. Jolly? I'm happy. Thank you. Jolly Akaba Kimmerut Hunters and Trappers Organization. When we were starting, I stated January 2023, and I stated it's too close, and I stated that a month or two could easily be 2 months extension, but I would like perhaps even a 2-week delay would help. 6 weeks extension to extend the deadline, the closing deadline for written submissions. Thank you for all those that were here. It was good. Sometimes we got sleepy, but we made it through. All the staff, have a good trip home. Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you. I cry at thank you. Thank you. When we first started, I was regretting that I was apprehensive, but today I want to honor. I have a great-granddaughter, and that I'm more optimistic about their future. That you have sought our opinion. This is highly valuable. My father, dogs were slaughtered. When I was 5, he would take me to school. I'm glad that we are here, and I stated my parents were around when the government started arriving.
Inuit have a lot of resilience.
I'm so honored to be an Inuk. I was born on the land, but I grew up in the community when they left the traditional camp.
I have much self-confidence as I do now. Yeah. Dahil na,
recycle.
Thank you.
Kuya namin. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Adam Inuna, Hunters and Trappers Association Chairperson Kingite. He's got blue blood. Thank you. I've learned a lot this week, and who and what and how to say it. And thank you all for being so welcoming. All my cousins from northern Quebec, good to see you. Thank you. Yes. All the translators and administrative and support staff and the staff catering to us at the door, all of you, no one's excluded, and vacated chairs too, that for the people that were here. Thank you all. I've learned a lot this week that I can talk to my committee. Thank you, all of you.
Iqaluit, Hamlet of Iqaluit. Good evening. George Oakshott, Hamlet of Iqaluit. When I was youngster, I heard of this Nunavut negotiations for NA, lot of meetings. I wonder what was they're doing. Are they actually going to claim a land? It appears that they were senseless, hard to understand. Then I realized that it was for the benefit of Nunavut, that jobs will be created and potential on everything was in evidence. And I thought my representatives in any form of legislator were just installed there. They were elected, I found out later on, the hard work they have done in the past. And we as Inuit, and we should be respectful and look after the land respectfully for our future generation. People I thought who were working so hard, going to meetings, and I thought they were senseless, but it turned out that everything they did would be where we are today, for those who negotiated Nunavut and the parcels of land. People are complaining you have put in limitations, but it's okay, we'll solve it. Thank you. Iqaluit HTO. Thank you. Thank you, George Iqaluit. Iqaluit HTO. Thank you all, and I appreciate your appreciations of this proceeding. If I were a big boss, I would have approved already what we done here in the past few days. But there's always a but. It won't be a reality. I can't do it. But I appreciate the proceedings. That gives us an idea, abilities that we have, decisions that we could make. And I thank you again. I don't want to be a boss, so disregard my wish. Nathaniel, you got to Iqaluit HTO. I like to say thank you. I'm not the brightest man, but I have made contributions any way I can through meetings, and it has taught me a great deal what is going on. And I appreciate the people at the table who gave a presentation. They speak English, but still I was able to understand through an earpiece. Thank you. Jacob Maliki, HTO Secretary. I'd like to thank you. I thought this meeting would be sort of stiff, boring, legal stuff, things like that. But it appears it's not. So I understand now what this process is all about. It's not only your aspiration, it's ours. My thoughts are gone. Thank you. Hamlet of Sanagayak. Thank you from the Hamlet. When I was youngster, it was a time when Nunavut Agreement was signed. I had a lot of expectations, and I looked and waited. There was none until I got here. This work is very important, and Iqaluit, you have been a good host. And TI people, thank you. I was waiting for something to happen, and I participated here. Thank you. Abraham Kamenek, HTO Sanagayak. I'm also very grateful for the past few days. And I want to emphasize Sanagayak, our land, is so close to the Iqaluit border. We need special attention, and when they do works in Iqaluit region, when something is happening down there, they come up sometime in French to our community. Same thing with parts of Baffin Island communities. And I also mentioned our territory is cold. The climate is cold, but still we are so crowded, lacking houses. And this should be the priority of today. More houses for Nunavut. Bill for the climate. What we have is there are a lot of repairs needed, and what we have today appears to be a band-aid solution. So we need to work as Nunavummiut, and they say it's in the drawing boards for better housing, more houses. We complain, we talk, and nothing really ever happens. So we need to see something. And for the person who requested January 10 extension, we are now just going into our offices, and time is constrained. 6 more weeks would be of great help, so we can do what we want to do in our boardrooms. I support him, and thank you that I don't have any more to say. Hamlet. Will have your turn. Thank you. Thank you for conducting this session, commissioners and your staff. And the elders in this building, your knowledge is very precious. You know the land, you know the animals, so keep advising, participate in all proceedings so our future can benefit. They would remember what you have done today, and many of the proceedings are very worthwhile. You're good teachers as elders. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Jonah Kayutak. I have never voted in a long time, but I am here. I appreciate commissioners, both levels of government, your staff. I was apprehensive coming here, not knowing what to expect, and I will bring what I have heard back to my community, and I will do my best to inform the community what the process is about, why you have sent for me. Even when I am no longer a counselor, I will continue and talk to them of what this project is all about. I know you elders are tired. You have a lot of courage for participation. May God be with you. HTO, thank you. I HTO. I'm happy to participate, and I probably won't express what I want to say, but some of it I'll try. This has been very informative. This trip is worthwhile. Thank you, especially Nunavut Planning Commission. your program appears to be on track, and you have done a great deal of work. And the interpreters, thank you for assisting us in understanding what was going on. Thank you all. You have a good trip home. Most of us are scheduled to travel tomorrow. And we'll be going home with a good heart on this workshops. The memories, what I've heard. Thank you. Thank you, this is our team, HTO. What we have heard will not go void. We have learned, and we have something to pursue. And what we have heard from different groups, we will bring to our community. Thank you. Keiko Isuluktak, Bonekto HTO. Thank you for bringing this group together to discuss many things. It was very informative, and I appreciate that. And the commissioners and the community delegations. I just briefly mentioned our interpreters again. They have kept meetings, the proceeding pretty much in line and information flowing. Our MP, federal MP, thank you for your presence. Land. Land cannot be managed by one person, one group. So I appreciate the process we're undertaking, the staff, and coffee people who worked hard to give us refreshments. Thank you. And Johnny Mike, Lazarosi, Suluktak, they had to leave, so I'm speaking on their behalf now. I appreciate and thankful that they were able to join me in these discussions. And keep in mind what we went through. It was peaceful, informative. And this year I think we'll have good ice this year. And we're pretty much happy about that. Sometimes our community don't have any snow, and we're looking forward to full snow. So these are my wish for my community. Thank you all. I forgot this young man here, and he's our SAO, and I forgot to thank him. Thank you. I don't like it too much when I'm called a young man. I like to be looked at a mature person. But I'll soon be talking and thinking like Iqaluit, gaining a lot of wisdom. He advises that we should all be looking for wisdom and have his knowledge. But the important thing is to work together. And that's our aspiration, especially here. I'd like to thank you, commissioners. And you have traveled a great deal to seek public's advice and direction that they will be giving you, such as this group. This will work. There is no full agreement anywhere. There's always improvement and agreement in sight. Thank you. And I have seen my relatives here. Thank you very much. I have been away from home for 2 weeks now, and I've been here for quite a bit when SAO and Mayor's NAM was at conference. Nunavik, thank you. Thank you, Nunavik, for coming in here. You have been, you are good people, and our both levels of government and TI, and you have done great work, and we know as Inuit we can accomplish great deals. There's no sense giving up on the things we want to pursue, especially the people at the coffee bar. You have been great help to all of us. Without you, we'd be pretty thirsty. And the interpreters sitting like stone over there must be tired. Thank you. Thank you. I have a great time. So I just want to appreciate and thank you all.
Next, Inukjuak. Thank you. I feel that I too feel like a cousin. I had relatives here around the room. We are grateful for the people of Inukjuak to be part of this. I was given ample opportunity to speak and to be heard. Thank you to the commission, to the commissioners and the staff, and all the presenters and the coffee providers, the translators. Maybe they made sense of when I wasn't making any sense. And the organizations that you represent, I think first time in Iqaluit, first time to see you, lots of new faces. I seem to have gotten wiser to this week, learning a lot from you. And yesterday too I had a birthday, so I'm going to be leaving an older man as well. I am honored for all the representatives and your representative from Ottawa. Thank you. Let's work together. I'm also running out of words to thank you very much. We are relatives. You may proceed. Adami Ibuyubik, Ali Kababok, and Paulus Etakasuk said they were both very thankful. From Nunavik, I've been to many different meetings in Nunavik, but very first time in Iqaluit, didn't expect such an enormous stage and a lot of Inuit, and to see our relatives and our elders aren't that many anymore. So I've seen relatives this week. It's good. I'm happy. The Ali left will thank them on their behalf. And in conclusion, that I'm first time in one of these stages, I'm really happy. And if I would always say to myself, if I see Iqaluit, so now I bought a rifle here. Thank you, even leaving more happy. Thank you all. Proceed. Aisa Sosilak, Pubangniktok Hunters and Trappers Association. Thank you for the opportunity. My elders had to leave. I thank on their behalf. Adami Angayuk, Simon Umiak. Let's keep going. Let's keep our culture. You know, I have dogs. I run a dog team. I like to go boating. Our language that we have to preserve. Those of us that are younger have to become members, and I would be pushed to become a representative. So I'm grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Proceed. Isha Iqaluit from the Hunters and Trappers Association. Thank you, all of you, individual, and also Iqaluit. Very welcoming here, all of you. Thank you to Adami. They must have been tired too. They left their elders. Thank you, all of you. You're very welcoming. Let's live. Thank you. Iqaluit Iqaluit Hunters and Trappers Association. Thank all of you, and I also thank on behalf of our elders that were here. We have been well looked after. We had a great place to stay, and we didn't go hungry. Thank you, all of you. It's very welcoming here. I really enjoyed being here. Thank you for inviting us here from Nunavut to Nunavut. Thank you. Adame Shoshi Yokinalok, also manager, Hunters and Trappers Association. I too am thankful for all the communities that are here. Maligalu.
I'm happy to be a member of parliament, deputy minister, all of those hierarchy positions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Makibik, Nunavutungavik. when you come at that adi. Thank you, James Iqaluit. I'd like to recognize him. He's been at other hearings, and in his final role as Vice President. Thank you from NTI to the Commission for the hearings to garner our thoughts on different issues. The hearings with the draft 2021 land use plan and the land use planning process. Thank you, all of you that took part. Hearings are very major in Nunavut. It's a large territory, but we are many users. We had hearings in Cambridge Bay and Rankin Inlet and in Manitoba for the Manitoba and the Yukon. We share the land, so we have to include and we have to explain to them how the plan will be. NTI has been hearing your participation and your thoughts from the communities in hearings. And I mentioned the communities. We've had hearings across the territory as spelled out in the land claims agreement. We've heard many comments and that we have to defend the wildlife, and the claim was stated for the land and the resources and animals, and it plays a plan in the work of Inuit, what we call Iqaluit is legitimate, and the government and the organizations do not consider it legitimate, but we have been using our culture for a long time. We wouldn't have agreement. Be that as it may, there are many issues on Inuit lands. When we had hearings, NTI wants to say that Inuit rights to self-determination and to determine their own lands for themselves, that the resources, the protection of animals and the land is why we state the land, and that we have selected parcels of Inuit-owned lands for self-determination by Inuit. We own that land. As Inuit, we are the largest landowners in the world, and also that I have been part of the negotiations and when Paul Kosa spoke, he was true. The lands that have been identified that we started with, some days we would meet for 2 whole days without sleeping on land selection and land issues for Inuit, and how we will be able to use those lands for our benefit, surface rights that we will own. The surface rights were selected for the protection of animals, and Inuit share sites, caribou crossings, caribou calving grounds, and post-calving grounds where they're feeding their young calves. So we want those lands protected, and also we have worked hard economic development that we will benefit, and we know that we need money in order to do the things we want to do, so we can use these lands for our benefit in a controlled manner and planned properly, and that NTI works with the regional Inuit associations, 3 regional Inuit, Kivallik, Iqaluit, and Qitangmiut, and the work we do based on how we will deal with Inuit owned lands, and to push the issue of rights garnered under the agreement. And we have to keep working hard for our land. Nunavut Tungavik, the land use plan must protect us, and that we be concerned about health and safety of our animals, and that we have to identify the economic opportunities, and that Inuit rights to hunting must be seen on Inuit-owned lands, and other parts of the land use plan. Through the negotiation process, this rights and the defending of rights is also crucial, in that the land use plan doesn't diminish Inuit benefits, and that the land use plan doesn't quash any Inuit rights. That is something we will focus on for NTI. Also, in the planning process, the Inuit organizations, the government, are involved in moving forward. This first draft becomes finalized by the Commission. Nunavut Tungavik is working hard in the work that still needs to be done. I recognize that this process has taken a long time, but it has to be concluded, and I think we've reached mostly a consensus on the land use plan, and to extend the deadline, January 10. It can be extended by a couple of weeks due to the workload of the wildlife organizations and the Inuit associations and the government to come up with a better product. We have no problem with delaying the deadline. Perhaps 6 weeks would be adequate, as we have to see the best plan that we can come with that will affect us and others. So we support the extension of the closing date. And somebody mentioned around here now that they have the Christmas holiday, which the holiday makes for a lot of things not to happen. So if we could extend the deadline, it would help. We know that you heard a lot this week, that you have some options. You've heard too the requests for the extension of the deadline for the land use plan. The communities that are here to give the commission your comments before the closing date to guide the land use planning. Nunavut Tungavik has been listening this week to all your comments during the hearings, and that we actively seek solutions. So we are happy to be here. As you have the hearings, I was late, but I had to when we went to the hearings in Rankin, Cambridge, and Thompson, and that we are working, we share resources, we share caribou, we share with the First Nations, that the herds that cross into other jurisdictions, Manitoba, NWT, and Saskatchewan, and we have agreements on the islands with Nunavik. Glad to see them here. They too can speak for their own land use plan, and they have their own lands, and we have to strike a fair balance. That the commission is good the way it's set up, and work towards the land use plan. They will set a plan, but the plan will be adjustable. The world keeps changing, we keep changing, renewal. The elders are going, but we are gaining the youth as we change and evolve. So we know that our resources, our animals will be important. I think in Nunavut and northern Kuboy, this is the last frontier, and our animal resources will have to struggle with the difficult world that we have. The populations are growing. There's things that will come up that might affect our animals. If it's not tomorrow, if it's not next year, it's further down in the future. So a plan needs to materialize so Nunavut can proceed forward, and those that want to use the land, there is oil and gas, there are mineral companies, and those of us that live off the land And for example, 20 years, we weren't as many. We had about 420, now it's 20, we're becoming manier. The requirements of the land for all the population that we have to plan, that our forefathers brought us here and looked after the wildlife for us. We have an oral tradition, and it's important. It's an important culture. Perhaps I could be wrong, but I feel that through Inuit culture we come from an oral tradition, and that's the way Inuit are. I'm grateful on behalf of our president, Iqaluit, and she too feels for this work. She is our leader outside of our territory. She represents us, and also the guests that have come to speak, Nunavik. You guys aren't strangers. My grandfather came from Quebec on an Inuit Umiak. He crossed over to Baffin Island from northern Quebec, and we meet to talk about the land use plan that we all want to see improvements. Thank you. This is the last of the hearings. I'm going to retire. I have 2 more meetings to go to. I'm done retiring. We have a lot of support that makes us stronger, that when we start fighting, we get divided, and that will keep happening to resolve issues and to work together and to try and work through problems, even if you don't agree, that you work constructively. Paul kept speaking. As a whole, we don't think as a whole. We all think different. At the end of the day, we will all agree on one plan, and that's the way we've been going. We learn. Makivik had the first land claims agreement. We learned from them. We learned from the Inuit with their claim. We cooperate with our fellow Inuit organizations on our lands. Working cooperative together is the best approach. Even though we have different and opposing views, we rely on cooperation. I'm grateful. I hope you have a great flight home. I hope you have good family time at Christmas, and that your relatives are the base of who you are. Hope you're okay over the holidays and into the new year. We've gone through hard times in the past recently, so the COVID is almost behind us, and we'll see each other more. We were in a closed world for a while. Thank you. I know there's work to be done, and that we have a land use plan that we can use, and we are grateful that you listened to us this week. We hope that we pass some of our opinions to you guys as well. Thank you. Thank you, James. We have Iqaluit Inuit Association, QA,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
James.
We honor James Iqaluit very much. He's a great role model. Iqaluit Inuit Association, we are grateful to the Commission, to the Nunavut Planning Commission, and all the delegates that came from around Nunavut. And the deliberations this week have been good to hear and be a part of, as we discussed this week. And also we feel that we've gained a lot this week, and the hearings we had in Pond Inlet, this will guide the final land use plan for the future of Nunavut. We have heard this week that we have to defend the land, the waters, and the resources, and that the concerns of the communities when they're affected by mineral exploration through the air from the ships and various things that happen, contaminants as well, that they need to be pristine and clean, and to include the issues of global warming or climate change. We heard the communities say that the animals are the main priority: caribou, walrus, sea mammals, seals, birds, bears, and Inuit culture has to have a base. And we also feel that we need to support and defend the animals and the Inuit so that they don't go into peril. QA has a role of working with the communities, this ongoing work, and the concerns that we heard for the land use plan, that you have to use Inuit Kaujima Yatukangit, and that all the communities identified that the different creatures. Let's keep speaking. Let's speak to our wildlife boards, to their chairperson. And meetings have been proceeding and reviewing maps and identifying community areas of interest, not just the caribou. And we will keep meeting with the Iqaluit Wildlife Board and to work with Nunavut Tungavik and the Nunavut government and the federal government on improving the concerns that are brought forward by Inuit, and that we look at possible benefits shipping and other related issues. And also implementation will be important when we set the plan. And it's a guide for the future, and that Inuit rights have to be enforced, that you do not bypass the Inuit. Those are the rights that we have to protect and to push the supporting of Inuit, benefit of Inuit. We feel the work, and though we've been at it for a long time, but we want to set up a proper plan. And also that we heard, we support that we could have a 6-week extension of the deadline, and also feel that this would help issues related to land use planning and have a better product in Iqaluit and Nunavut. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I first want to thank the HTOs. As Lori mentioned, for the Iqaluit Wildlife Board, the HTOs are our directors and our guide all year round. They keep us tied to the reality of Inuit in the communities. I thank the government. I especially thank NTI and James and all their staff. The government agencies, the other non-government agencies. But I want to say something especially from my heart to the Planning Commission. I've learned a lot of things from many Inuit, but one of my teachers in Mitmatalik was Nutrak. I spent quite a few hours learning from him. And he taught me something. He was a true historian. He had a long scroll with 2 centuries of Inuit events laid out on it. And he told me, he says, Mike, pay attention when you look as things happen in the future. Because every 20 years, a certain number of things will happen. And they will be very important for Nunavut. So you're right on schedule. 20 years, next year, the plan, first version of the plan will be done. And it'll be, I think Nutrak would agree, the timing is right. So have faith. You've done a really hard job. And it's going to go well. So give us 6 weeks, and we'll be right there with you. Kuya to me.
Government Canada. Down, 15 minutes.
Mana Xauta, Uvunga Jeff Hart, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. We know it's late, so in consideration of time, we'd like to express a blanket thank you to everyone involved in this hearing. The Government of Canada would like to recognize the many years of service of James Iqaluit. He has made a positive impact on Inuit and Nunavut and has helped reshape Canada for the better. This week we have heard from Nunavut and Nunavik communities and hunters and trappers organizations that the protection of wildlife is a top priority for many participants. The Government of Canada also places significant importance on the protection of wildlife and supports a variety of tools for wildlife conservation, including limited use designations for the protection of caribou habitat in the land use plan. Two exceptions are, first, Inuit-owned lands. The designated Inuit organizations should have a say in how Inuit-owned lands are managed. We view this as an important element of self-determination. And second, existing mineral tenure that has been lawfully acquired under the Nunavut mining regulations, and as mentioned, represents approximately 4% of limited use areas in the draft plan. The Government of Canada believes the protection of wildlife is reinforced by other elements of Nunavut's integrated regulatory system, such as the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board, the Nunavut Impact Review Board, and the Nunavut Water Board, as well as federal land use permits and regional Inuit Association authorizations, all of which can impose binding terms and conditions. Throughout the public hearings, we have heard community representatives, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, Kikitani Inuit Association, and the Kikitani Regional Wildlife Board ask the Commission to extend the January 10, 2023 deadline for final submissions to give more time to provide additional information. In our view, the Commission should give serious consideration to these requests. We want to assure the Commission that the parties to the Nunavut Agreement are actively collaborating on issues of common interest and have a series of working sessions set out over the coming months. Parties are making progress on aligning advice to the Commission in final submissions. And as we've mentioned in the hearings, we welcome the involvement of the Commission in this work. As we close the fifth and final public hearing, we recognize that it is the Commission's tremendous effort and the difficult task of developing a first-generation land use plan, one that can be jointly accepted by the Government of Canada, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and the Government of Nunavut. Matna.
Hello to Saksavunga.
Hi.
David Kunuk.
David Kunuk.
Minister Tungilinga.
Deputy Assistant Deputy Minister of Economic Development, Government of Nunavut. From Government of Nunavut, I appreciate the work you have done. It's a huge task, heavy work. Although the proceedings we never see eye to eye or agree to, it's still very worthwhile. It went pretty well. And as before me, we like to see 6 weeks extension to the deadline Nunavut of government would like to see, and they would like to participate in this process that you are undertaking. It is a hard task and will be worthwhile to the whole territory, and your work is well intended. We respect you, and due to its sheer magnitude of this project, it's very worthwhile to do it well, and you will have to decide and pursue that it be finalized and be accepted. And I really appreciate the commissioners on the first draft generation land use plan that you have worked on. We have seen it, we've heard representatives' deliberations, many opinions in safeguarding the lands, and it's all worthwhile, it's worth pursuing. And presenters have varied opinions on the draft land use plan, but their opinions count. They will be part of this process put together as one plan. And it will impact many parts of Nunavut. Climate change is also a huge problem, and it has been discussed here. And it has posed problems. It was discussed today, and solutions were taught to see how to best tackle this problem. Government of Nunavut, we are open. Not everything you are doing is acceptable, but we know it will be resolved. And we should keep in mind the communities that are most impacted by the mines and hear what they are concerned with. And we have concerns. We have concerns that if we do not complete this properly, it might hinder finished state. So we're all looking forward to, and from different communities, Iqaluit, these two communities are especially hard with potential shortage of water in their communities. And it's going to take hard work to accomplish, to resolve these. Health center is total responsible for these concerns. We will talk to them of these two concerns. You have mentioned walrus hollowts, we hear, and the caribou, especially Bapan caribou, who are migrating possibly to Noyat. We hear you on that. We respect Inuit culture, Inuit knowledge. Although we never totally agree on everything, your strength, your perseverance in this task is important. You, Nunavut Planning Commission, will come to a solution to put a product together. And lastly, Inuit Kauyimayutokangit, their culture, way of life, and we keep in mind that we will support in that area as well. And we will base our many decisions on that. Communities from different parts of South Papua, thank you for your participation. Your thoughts were very helpful and will be part of the plan, regardless of how varied they are. The Nunavut planning process is hard work, requires a lot of time. It has lofty aspirations to be a good product, and you are doing well. You have looked at different aspects of everybody, and under the agreement is your responsibility, how it will look and what the community thoughts are, including wildlife. And regardless of how you produce it, it will affect many. Hydro dams, mining, cargo routes, it all affects us. And the planning process is one of the biggest things that we have to tackle, all Nunavut-wide, and we can work together to look at what the problems are with this project and come to a conclusion together. Not only from the government of Nunavut, there are other concerns, revenue sources such as fishing. Mining is not total economy of Nunavut. There are many ways to find economy, revenue, and that can put people to work. And you are the door to all the proponents coming in. Environment, water, surface rights. They really have to decide on many things. Surface rights tribunal probably soon they will have to decide on something and make a right decision. Other organizations, other boards who are doing the work for the future generation. Government of Nunavut, hear you. We understand that your work is important. We agree there. And when you have to deal with us, we are there. We will listen. And we want to listen and we want to hear and participate on the planning process for the future. So here I'd like to say thank you. Our staff have done their best to answer questions, so I appreciate that. And as an Inuk from the government of Nunavut, James, you're in our hearts. Thank you very much. And you have done so well for the population of Nunavut from TS and TI to here. Thank you. Baphomet is no longer here, so we will skip them. And Nunavut Water Board and will have their say. And they were skipped today. We appreciate that, but we'll give them a lot of time as we conclude the process.
Yep, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before they provide their 3-minute closing remark, I want to make sure it's on the record that the Water Board was here for their presentation, but because of the time constraints, the Water Board did give up their time. And they did present at the other 4 hearings, but they did come here to present, and the Commission recognizes and thanks them. And just want to acknowledge that they did provide written submissions and have attended all the hearings. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sharon. Yes, Colin Garetan, Director of Technical Services with Water Board, and Asar Kubezinova with me. Actually, yes, I wanted to start with ensuring the Nunavut Planning Commission that we appreciate the invitation, and we were here from the first day to date. Yes. We were planning to make a presentation, and one of the focus of our presentation was to inform the community members about one parallel initiative that Water Board started or initiated a few years ago, and plays a key role there, or leading role there. This is the development of Nunavut water management strategy. This is multi-agency work. All water-related agencies, territorial, federal government, territorial organizations are involved within this initiative. And ASOIL during the break times was kind of engaging with community members and informing them about future engagement we will have with communities. This is to say that community members will hear from Water Board in near future about this strategy, which is to define goals and provide direction with respect to water priorities generally in the territory, long-term direction, yes, regarding water priorities in the territory. One aspect regarding this hearing, we have heard many questions, many interesting questions, many concerns, including some question from government of Nunavut regarding community water sources or zoning of community water sources and watersheds. We should recognize and acknowledge that the government of Nunavut plays a key role in developing and planning infrastructure within communities. So we have heard that there will be future discussion between signatures and Nunavut Planning Commission. And specifically, we hope that this discussion with the government of Nunavut and Nunavut Planning Commission will kind of provide a mechanism or approach that will be protective for water sources and watersheds, and at the same time be supportive of future development and growth of communities. Once again, thank you very much, Nunavut Planning Commission. Thanks to your staff. Thanks a lot to all participants without highlighting any specific agency or participants. And special thanks to interpreter for their very stressful and hard work. Thank you again.
Thank you.
World Wildlife Fund.
Erin Keenan, World Wildlife Fund. I know we all really want to get home, so I first will say in as few words as possible, thank you to everyone involved in organizing this undertaking. I think the one thing we've heard a lot today and throughout this week is that Nunavut has a really robust impact management system in place, and that means that the land use plan needs a lot of changes, but I would say that it's not a robust system unless there is a land use plan in place, because that's one of the key pieces of how we manage impacts in Nunavut. So with that thought in mind, I would wish the Planning Commission success as we move through the rest of this, wrap up this hearing process, complete written submissions, and I know you have a lot of work ahead of you, so yeah, I just want to wish you luck with that. Thank you for, again, giving us the space to participate in this process, and we learn a lot from participating, so thank you as well to everyone for sharing all of your perspectives and knowledge throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Nunavut Marine Council. They were going to be part, but they gave up their spot and didn't do a presentation, but to do closing comments. They have been here all week, and to recognize her for being here. You can proceed.
I haven't used the mic yet this week. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just started the timer as well, so I can try to fit as much into 3 minutes as possible. I'm Colleen Parker with the Nunavut Marine Council. The Nunavut Marine Council is defined in the Nunavut Agreement under Article 15, and then further defined in the Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act and the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act. Section 15.4.1 reads that the Nunavut Impact Review Board, the Nunavut Water Board, the Nunavut Planning Commission, and the Nunavut Wildlife Management Board may jointly, together as a Nunavut Marine Council, or individually advise and make recommendations to government agencies regarding the marine areas in the Nunavut settlement area. And government must consider such advice and recommendations in making decisions which affect these marine areas. Under the Nunavut Marine Council's strategic plan, there are two main goals. The first is to establish the Marine Council as a key voice on marine shipping, and the second is to establish the Marine Council as a key voice on marine conservation. Under these two main goal areas, the Marine Council will achieve its vision by performing 3 key functions related to awareness, advice, and advocacy. The Marine Council is acting as an observer in the Nunavut land use planning process in order to inform recommendations and advice to government agencies about non-project shipping, which is outside the scope of the plan, as well as project shipping in shared regulatory jurisdictions. The Marine Council's potential recommendations and advice are very broad, relating to the marine environment in Nunavut, and are informed by the information shared in the individual institutions of public government's processes, including these hearings as well as others. Potential recommendations for shipping regulation outside this process and through the Canadian domestic regime include recommendations to the low impact shipping corridors framework, for example. We've also heard specific recommendations concerns related to vessels carrying less than 12 passengers, for example, both this week and in the hearings in Pond Inlet, which will be brought to the Council for consideration of specific recommendations. So in conclusion, the Marine Council's role in this process is to listen to the information, concerns, and knowledge shared this week and through the other hearings, and to inform recommendations to government agencies regarding marine areas.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it. That's it for the members and the delegates to this week's hearings. Thank you. Sharon will provide her closing comments. I first want to say, as a commissioner, we have been busy this week, and that we've met many times. We agreed that the hearings, since we've been here having hearings, especially this week, we've heard a request for extension of deadline. We met today. We have extended it almost a month. We've extended the deadline. February 10th is now the extended deadline for submissions. Written submissions will also have to be responded to in that 2-week time period. And there'll be a chance to comment February 24th. As we, those that have requested a deadline extension, we have extended the deadline for submissions to February 10. For your information, I wanted to mention that. Sharon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whew, we're near the end. So at the first hearing, we did hear our chair say, you can't always get what you want, to the participants and everyone. The extension, I think, is a welcome news. So I have for some of our closing comments. First of all, I'd like to thank every registered participant, the community reps, the public, everyone who shared their knowledge and provided submissions orally and in written form to the Commission. And my voice is going, so apologies for that. I would like to give special thanks to our Commission staff who are never, ever tired, but I think they are tonight. To our legal counsel, our external consultants, to Willie, who's sleeping over there, Chris and Beth, and a special thanks and a big applause for our translators. They have just been amazing. I want to give a special recognition as well to Iqaluit TV and Isuma. Without them, we would not be doing any of the live streaming, and they have worked with us to make sure for all 5 hearings that we're being televised. I want to say thanks to Lena and her team. They're not all here, but if you could stand up. You've been amazing for the week. The Exxon Hotel did the catering, and the Legion for letting us go next door for the meals and using the hall. It's always appreciated. This 5th public hearing is soon coming to a conclusion, and I would like to read into the record. The Commission has been asked whether it would consider an extension of the deadline for final written submissions from January 10th, 23 to later date. As everyone who has been actively participating in the Nunavut Planning Commission process knows, we have been on a journey for a great number of years. The Commission highly values the comments we have received in both oral and written form from the communities, the registered participants, and the public. This has been a long public hearing process with the 5 public hearings, and we're grateful that everyone came with an honest, true voice to give the commissioners the guidance and direction and solutions that they need to consider for this final draft. The Commission acknowledges the request from the communities, the parties, and participants for the written comments, timeline to be extended. We recognize the importance of the issues, knowing that many of you wish to provide additional information to the Commission. And as Chairperson Nakashuk noted in his comments, the Commission has agreed that an extension is beneficial to everyone and to the overall process. As a result, the Commission has determined that the new date for the final written comments will be extended 1 month. That would be to February 10th, 2023. This date will not be extended further, and any submissions that are received after that date may not be incorporated into the deliberations by the Commission in considering the new 2023 draft plan. Further, the Commissioners have agreed that all participants should have an additional 2-week period following February 10th date for the sole purpose of providing comments on any written submissions received by February 10th. The deadline for these comments is February 24th, 2023. This is not an extension period for written submissions. It's only a period to comment on submissions received by February 10th. The Commission is committed to producing a new 2023 draft Nunavut Land Use Plan as soon as possible after these dates. This important milestone will be the result of deliberations and considerations of all the evidence the Commission has received in the process on the 2021 draft, and also building on all the previous submissions that have been instrumental in moving the process into our current state. It is the intention of the Commission to still provide the draft Nunavut land use plan to the signatory parties for their review and comment. The process of the last several months moves us all and moves all of Nunavut a few steps closer to a made-in-Nunavut land use plan. The Commission could not have completed its work without the tremendous contributions that have been made by everyone to advance the goals. The next steps, the Commission staff, consultants, will compile all the evidence and all the submissions for the Commissioners to review. And as I said, we remain committed. It will now be late spring that the Commission will put forward the document for the signatories' review. For all of the community delegates and the registered participants that are traveling home, please travel safe back to your families. And we wish you all the best. And thank you on behalf of the Commission. I'll turn it back over to Andrew. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to thank my fellow commissioners. They have been at this work and the work of holding hearings. Thank you. And we have more work ahead of us to do. And the hearings are concluding, but we have our work cut out for us. And that we're reminded that the agreement dictates the rules and it spells out the process during the hearings. And thank you to the members from the communities and registered participants. Thank you. Those that came to speak and the general public that was here and spoke, thank you. As the Commission, we will work on a plan that will try to cover all aspects of what you've discussed and to try and get the best plan we could come up with based on what we've heard. We've heard many things. And I also want to thank the translators, especially today from this morning. They've been here, just like you've been here all day. 14 hours now. And Lena's crew and looking after us this week. Thank you. Iqaluit Hotel for catering snacks and coffee this week. Thank you. And the Legion. They provided a lunch or supper venue, and they were free to go in. And the cadet hall was part through them. And in conclusion,
Participant submission must be received by February 10 now, 2023. There will be 20 days comment period on the submission for our, before February, what's that? 24th, yeah. That period for comment include on, sorry. The next step to the Commission staff and the consultant will compile all the submission for the Commissioners to review and determine the content of the final draft. The Commission will be submitting the final draft Nunavut Land Use Plan for approval in the spring of 2023. Taekwondo ayang kapalena to kau papigalo ilang kau pa now yung akot si.
Hope you have safe travels.
Ako na ako naktok.
Good roading.
Amalo.
And
thank
you. Our translators.
Charge. Sometimes
it's difficult with the different dialects that we're speaking around the table. We understand through the translator. Thank you. And our executive director, Sharon, has been busy. Thank her. And our staff, the Planning Commission, they work a lot for our organization where we don't see a lot of the work. Thank you to all of them. And those watching on TV, Ubagu TV, thank you. And the audience is a member, thank you to that. And through the internet, thank you as well. And be aware, this process is not over. We still have a lot of work to do in coming up with a plan. Thank you. And in closing, we will have a closing prayer. Jake Ishulutak will lead us in the closing prayer. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all very much.
Ismaliok tahatuk taimit tukiskuendamun atsornaktumun atoktilta. Ja tavan epikitiakalalotigo. Amma kaadanakan yaktabut. Qimattawasimayullu aippanginnut nulersimayu iqsimayullu isimagiluguin. Amma anya hataktuin anya lilu ismagil witu siutilu piniata atani atata wakila mitutin hiya wame utauluta ame siutigun atata asahangittu timittigun kangalimattia atata atsettia vauyutin atsola ottakisiani ungittu kangatuinna sullo ullatamaan unnutamaan ini tuksauta piunnautikin jättätinnin. Piluattumitu syutyavut pannajiin. Pinäsyöä ajama inutu jota piunnangin jotta. Ilinnikkisee tuksaalta piunnaata. Nunamiittumit tuksaa asukkalua otta ilittu piunnalaittumit nänis jäärinnettä. Ilinnikkisiäni pernai kutusiudilla että vokaustiä hullugin. Tamakkunua kikkarottelugin. Nuna voi iloani, silaktua iloani. Taitsumani Jeesusi ja kauma jumanna. Jerusalemut sakkiutikavin. Kupiulauksemajutin. Innakutetin pittiilluin. Tamatunga uppersunnaqatiartugun. Piluartuvelu tuksiutua purkkamattausimajun aipanginnun. Qinuisaartikkin. Tussaa jättiavaugavin. Ammattau qaataneartuin. Sila lua pingortasimagaviu tavang medimaaq iluanittulimaalo pingortasimagavigin qaatliartullu anarnamik unaittumut idalersimalaaqatin qanuinnagittumiaqullugin atata tamaqunin tuksaaqqogun piluartuvalu iqalunninnulaliin tuqqataqpiumman tunganartuullunilu tussiutuvavut piyunnanertaartisivaaq qannau tamatuminga ataataaquyannameqquu tamatuminga piluartumin uumayuillu sanasimagapigit uvattinnun inummut atausammu sanasimanginnavigin inuqutiti sanagavigin taikani sanagavit ilaqlua piyaqeqaviu ulluni saipanit sanalauqa manguversilauqavin sanarilau magabi inummi atomimi ataqaaqtuni aippaqartunilu iivimin pingerlulaunga taikani uvaullu silaqaamutaayugut ilaanikku pingerlapappuun taataa tamakkuaqaluartilu qaanqattaniartun ili tusaaqsimaluta Otia ko yan nami siapa uji siwatingani. Amen. Atanit talo talo. Atanit isyo kalaitu isyo semaningata. Oti ulu nalliningata. Anam niyulu yunaito ilagi ningata. Ilagi sanalati ko suani. Amen. Amen.